Hey, I'm live. What's up? And the nobody that's watching, hear me. Are we good? I think we're good. So, it's been a couple weeks. I ran into some issues, both with the build and with the internet. So, hopefully I got everything sorted out. I ended up having to rob a board from a different machine. The creality board I was using would not heat anything up for some reason. I got that straightened out, and then I ended up having an issue with my internet here. For whatever reason, none of my machines would connect to the internet last weekend. I was planning on streaming last weekend. But my computers worked, so that was really strange. Both of my computers were hooked to the Wi-Fi, no problem, just none of my printers were. In trying to troubleshoot that, initially I thought it was a problem with the machine. It was not. But I had tried swapping some boards around and ended up hooking up something backwards and cooked the board I was using. Unfortunately, even though that would have made for some pretty good content, I did not record that because I had no idea what was wrong or how long it was going to take me. I thought it would be a boring stream. But we're up and running again. I am currently running a BTT E3EZ board in it. That's kind of my go-to board anyway. It's what I really like to put in most of my machines. Has an integrated CB1 module, or like a kind of a plug-in Raspberry Pi. It's built into the board, so you don't need an external Pi for that. And I like the board, so that's what I have in both of these machines, and now it's in this one as well. My plan for this past weekend was to kind of get started on tuning, but I couldn't really do that when the internet wasn't working. So I got the internet working. You know that because I'm here talking to you. And I think we're going to start working through getting the printer set up. Move to the computer shot here. And we're going to play with the slicer just a second. So I started using Orca Slicer. I have named this printer the Trooper. I'm not super versed in Orca Slicer. I'm not going to be giving a tutorial on Orca Slicer because I'm still learning it. But one thing that is kind of unique about Orca Slicer is it will bring up the this is basically the website that Klipper publishes. Mainsail, I guess, is the GUI for Klipper that I'm using. But this is the website that it publishes to my local network so that you can control the printer remotely. So like if I wanted to turn a fan on. The fan's on. I don't know if you can hear it or not. But you can do that right through the web interface here. I can also heat things up, cool them off, move the printer around. A pretty slick little interface. X. At home. And home Y. At home. Home Z. At home. And it does. But you can, a lot of the steps that I'm going to use in the configuration, I'm going to be able to control through my interface here. And some of them are going to be prints I'm going to do, so I can just pop over this, take care of it that way. Before I start though, I do want to show a couple things. Some of the people that are interested in what I have to say here on stream haven't used a Klipper machine before. They've only used other types of machines, mainly running Marlin. So other than this being how you interact with the printer being different, I guess the main difference between Klipper and Marlin is that Klipper is an operating system, not just a firmware. So this is a Linux distribution that's running on the mini computer inside the printer. And in doing so, it gives you a lot more versatility. When you're playing with something like Marlin, you have to compile the firmware from scratch every time you want to make a change to the printer. That's not the case in Klipper. If I come down here to machine, you can see there's a whole bunch of .cfg files in here. They're all configuration files. So the main one that you're going to be spending a lot of time in if you have a Klipper machine is printer.cfg. I'm not gonna go through this step by step. Maybe at some point I will do like a full building a config for a printer, but not today. I'm just gonna kind of walk through what some of this stuff is. So at the very top here, we have these 3 lines, and these are basically telling it to load these other configuration files. So you can, instead of having my LEDs in just kind of pasted in this file, I can reference a different configuration. So I can keep all the LED gobbledygook out of my main printer config. This Klipper Mini 12864 is the display down here. I can keep all that gobbledygook out of my main config. What's really common is for people to have a separate config for their macros. People tend to put their macros in a different config file. I don't know why, but I got in the habit of just putting my macros in my printer config. 6 to 1, half dozen to the other, I guess. I don't know if maybe I'm doing it wrong, but that's the way I do it. If I were to do that, I would have include macros.cfg, and then back here, I would also have a macros.cfg with that information in. But these are just basic printer settings. This is a Core XZ printer. Volts go up and around like an Etch-a-Sketch. Speeds, accelerations, velocities are all in there. This MCU is where you're going to tell whatever's running this operating system what to look at as far as your main board, like what computing address to go to. It's basically what the MCU serial is. I have all the configurations for my X stepper, my Y stepper. This is where you'll basically tell the board where you plug things into, and then also what the size constraints of your printer are, both in the X and the Y. X, there's my Y. And for Z, the only thing different we're going to do with Z is instead of having a physical switch for Z, like we do over here for the X and back here for the Y, is that for Z we're using an inductive probe, which needs a little bit of logic to work. It's not just an on and off switch. So we call that out. Instead of having a switch, we're having a virtual end stop. Here's the configuration for my extruder. What's a little bit different from the extruder compared to XYZ is that your extruder also has values for the heater and the thermistor inside of it. And then here's a section for the bed heater. This is stuff for my probe, foaming, bed mesh, fans, lights, and my macros. Austin at work was asking me today about bed mesh. This is how I call on my bed mesh. Before I mesh before every print. That's why it's in my print start G code. It's probably a waste of time, but I would rather spend an extra 30, 45 seconds, whatever, and have my printer mesh, then have a failed print. So what I do, at the beginning of my print start G-code, I delete the previous mesh, and then I run a calibration, and then I save it to the file that I just deleted, and then I load that. That's it. And I go on to start printing. Down here's homing macros, and that's about it. If there's any questions about this kind of stuff, holler at me, leave a comment down below, or shoot me a message, ask me. Feel free to ask questions. You don't know until you ask. Now, this is, I'm going to call it the Bible of 3D printing calibration. There is a new way of calibrating that has come about in recent weeks. I haven't really messed around with it too much, so I don't think, I may run through it on my own, not on stream, just to kind of see what it's all about. But I haven't played with it. It's called the Cauliflower. Print that the Vector 3D or Vez 3D. I don't remember. I'd have to look it up. But it's a model that they designed, and it allows you to measure things. It's kind of like an all-in-one calibration tool. You just print the model and then measure things, and then you know what your calibrations are going to be. Like I said, I haven't messed with it. I like this one. This is Ellis's Print Tuning Guide. This has become reference material for all Voron builders. This was built kind of with Vorons in mind. There are sections in here specifically for Vorons. But it's applicable to any printer. Any printer can use there might be different ways to implement the changes, but any printer can use these steps to kind of fine tune what they're doing. Let's see, what do we got here? We are going to start with extruder calibration. So we want to know that when we tell the extruder to extrude, it's going to spit out precisely the amount of plastic that we want it to. So to do that, we are going to, let's see, open your printer config, find the extruder section. Printer config is open off screen over here. I'm not going to make you watch my printer config. You can read the screen here. In my extruder, and it says we want to set the max extrude only distance to 101 or higher. And I do not see a max. Oh, there it is. Max extrude only distance I have set to 105. And then if we're doing this cold, we will set the min extrude temp to 0. I am not going to do this cold. I'm going to do it warm. So I'm not going to do that. And then there's a section if you're using RepRap firmware. If calibrating hot, heat up your hot end. I will do that now. Show you that part. Dashboard. I've got some PLA here, so we're just going to do even 200. I don't know if you can hear that fan just spooled up. I don't think you can hear it. Yeah, my noise gate's taking it out, I think. You can see that it's warming up. Go back to the tuning guide. Take this filament, we're going to load a little bit. Now, I have not put any filament through this yet, so hope we don't run into some issues. Bed. And my extruder is up to temp. Let's push a little bit of plastic. You can see, oh, I went away, not the slicer. You can see my extruder here is up to temp. So I'm just going to, I think I need 50. We'll do, just going to push a little bit of plastic out. Oh, and my extruder is running backwards. I have to go into the printer config and change that. Restart the printer. Ooh, my LEDs came on. Weren't on a minute ago. Maybe they're waking back up. That'd be nice. Alright, printer's back online. Let's heat this back up. We'll push a little bit of plastic. Yeah, now we're feeding the correct direction. Now I typically use scraps for this, just odds and ends rolls of filament. The only thing you want to do is make sure that you're not using a super dark colored filament. I'll show you why that is in a minute. All right, so I got some plastic coming out. Should be good there. Back. Now, we need either a caliper or a scale. I, in the past, have used a caliper, but I brought my scale home from work. I'm gonna try that out today. So a scale is pretty much just a little machinist's ruler. This one is in metric. Actually, this is a dual scale, which is, and we want to, over here, you can kind of see in, I'm just going to set this on the top of my extruder, and I'm going to line up my filament, and I'm going to make a mark at 120 millimeters. I don't know if you, there's a mark right. He says you can use a piece of tape. I've used the tape. Tape can be kind of a pain, so I like using the marker. And it says to extrude 100 millimeters at 1 millimeter per second. Over here, I have changed that to 1. Oh, that's not gonna like the 1. I'm gonna spit out 100. And extrude. Why are we not extruding? Oh, it is. Oh no. Yeah. So it's going to try and push what it thinks is 100 millimeters of filament out of the hot end. And then we're going to see if it actually squirted 100 millimeters of filament out of the hot end. Now we put our mark at 120. That's because if this thing overshoots some, we still want to have a value to measure. I don't know if you can tell, but we are squirting plastic. Still squirting. Oh, I think we just stopped. Alright, now what we're going to do is measure what's left. If everything is correct, we will have... Can you do the math? So we wanted it to squirt 100 millimeters of filament out, and we measured 120, so there should be 20 millimeters of filament here remaining to my mark. And we are at... Looks like 23 millimeters of filament. We are ever so slightly under extruding. If we come back to the tuning guide here, it says measure how much filament is left, subtract it from 120 and note the value. So we had 23 minus 120 is 97. We extruded 97 millimeters of filament. Down here in the Klipper section, it says find the extruder section in your printer.cfg. Over here. And hang on, let me go back to this real quick. There is a section for doing this in Marlin as well. You will need a way to enter G-code. Sometimes you can do this on the printer through the interface. Sometimes you'll have to hook it to your computer and use a program like Pronterface to get in there and be able to send G-code directly to your printer. I believe that's a feature, that's like a basic feature, is being able to send direct code directly to a printer. I don't think I've seen a printer where you couldn't send G-code directly to it somehow. Your mileage may vary. I use Klipper, so that's what I'm going to do. Go back over here. Gene, printer CFG. Need our extruder. And this said we wanted our current rotation distance. So our current rotation distance here is 22.6789511. Do we need... Where is... We need to divide our actual extrude distance by 100. Get my calculator here. We have 93 divided by 100. And then we need to multiply our that by the previous rotation distance. That will be times our rotation distance is 22.678 9511 is 21.091. So over here in the slicer, I'm going to change this. I'm going to leave it there just so I have a reference to get back to, because we were pretty close to start with. This is another thing that you can do in Klipper that you can't do in other firm. Well, I mean, you might be able to do it in other firmwares. I've only ever used Klipper and Marlin, but by putting a hashtag in front of something, you're basically telling the operating system to not look at that, so you can save information in your configuration that way. So I'm going to just put a hashtag there to save this for later so I don't actually delete it. And then I'm looking for 21.09142. 4 or 5. Is that enough numbers? Probably. And then we're going to save and restart. And we're going to heat the hot end back up. And we're going to measure out another 120 mils. And extrude. See how much it squirts out this time. Man, nobody's joining me today. What a bummer. Probably not going to be on for super long, just until my wife gets home from work. Eat dinner with her, and then we'll maybe hop on and do a little bit more tuning. This is where it's nice to throw a YouTube video on in the background and just kind of do your thing. Pay attention to the video while this thing's cranking out some spaghetti down here. Watching people do YouTube streams is a good pastime for while you're tuning a printer. Maybe have me on doing this while you're also doing this. Printerception. No, we may have gone too far. I think I have less than 20 now. Oh yeah. I've only got about 12. We are over extruded. So, per the formula, we will take actual extrude distance is 120 minus what we extruded, so 120 minus 12 is 108. We're going to do 108 divided by 100. And then we're going to multiply that by our extrude distance. Was 21.0914. End up with 22.77873. 22.77. do it again. We're just looking to get as close to that 100 mils as possible. We were probably close enough right out of the box. That's why I saved that number. But I was just kind of giving you an example here. Warm that hot end back up. Measure out another 120. Rude. Making the sketty. While this thing's squirting out plastic, make sure you check the description for links of any of this stuff. None of them are affiliate links. I'm just doing this in my garage after work. I'm not a pro YouTuber or a YouTuber at all, really. Just me sharing my hobby. There's a link for the Siboor kit that I used. There's a link for the GitHub for the guy that designed some of these parts that I used. I haven't used many of his yet. These motor mounts are ones that I used to his, and some of the panel mounting stuff I'm going to use is his. But that link is down below. The link for this tuning guide is down below. So check that stuff out. The link for this silk burner tool head, this version of it, is down below. Ooh, I think we're close this time. Let's see what we got. We are right about where we started. Let me get a measurement and let's do the calculation again. 22. So we extruded 98. 98 divided by 100 times 22.77873. Go to our machine. Do the printer config. Do extruder. We will plug in 22.323155. Start. Keep that guy up again. Measure out another 120. I think we're going to be good this time. Have faith. Hope that music's not too loud. I didn't do a sound test this time. Normally I record a quick video to see if the music's too loud. But I neglected to. Sorry about that. Man, I got nobody here today. while this thing's squirting, I'm going to send a quick message. All right, this looks promising. Oh yeah, we are right on 20 mils left. All right, step 1 done. Back to the tuning guide. We have finished our extruder calibration here, and I'm not going to worry about this build surface preparation and handling. If you guys want to know how to prep your build surface, go for it. Typically what I do is when I'm using a new build surface or a build surface that I haven't used in a while, I will hop over to the kitchen sink, run the hottest water that I can, and just get like a whatever semi-abrasive sponge you do your dishes with. Oh, hang on, before I do this, let's cool this hot end down because I'm done with that for a second. Scrub it and then let it dry and then print on it. Other than that, caring for my build surface, I have, oh, you can't see them, just spray bottles of isopropyl alcohol. This is this stuff from Amazon. And after a print finishes, I take that spray bottle and I give the build surface a few quick squirts and wipe it off with a lint-free towel. My mother is in the healthcare industry and has an abundance of blue/green surgical towels. So that's what I use. Microfiber will also work. It's something that's not going to leave behind a bunch of lint on your build surface. Now, we're going to do this first layer squish test. Let's see. You need to calibrate your extruder first. So that's what we just did with pushing 100 mils of plastic through and seeing what happens. It says, and this is about fine-tuning your first layer squish. Before doing this, you should level your bed if you are able to do so, and get a rough nozzle height using paper. On Klipper, you should do a rough Z offset calibration first. And I believe I did this already, but I'm going to do it again because I've changed the motherboard in this a few times, and I don't remember if I've done it on this board. So I have a set of feeler gauges that I use. A lot of people just use a piece of paper. That's fine because we're going to fine tune this with a print anyway. And I like to set mine at 0.1 millimeter, which is this guy right here. So we are going to hop over to the slicer. We are going to make it home. All right, now I'm going to take my feeler gauge and insert it in between the nozzle and the bed. And I'm going to run a probe calibration. and we get this screen that pops up. So right now, our nozzle is 5.663 off of whatever. And we're gonna bring this down. Now I've got my feeler gauge. You can see down in the down in that box right there. You can see I've got my feeler gauge in between the nozzle and the bed. And we're gonna run this down until it touches. Ooh, and there we are. We are there. It is difficult for me to get the feeler gauge in between the nozzle and the build surface. So then I just like to kind of work my way back and forth between these. So I went down here, I'm gonna bring it up here. And that's up too high because this will slide right under with no resistance. So we'll go down here. And it's catching a little bit. I don't think it's quite enough though, so we'll go down again. That's just barely dragging. Come up here. And I think that's pretty good. So I will hit accept. And then if you see down here, it says save command or save config. We'll update the printer config to that new height that we just had. Save config. Now, I don't like to power up, start messing with a printer with the tool head that close to the bed. It's kind of a recipe for disaster, so just lift it up off the bed a little bit. And we are back to temp. All right, so here's our table of contents and what we're gonna do. All right, so we need the file from this test prints folder. Maybe you won't bring up that. Bringing that up in a different window? What's going on? Why is my internet no worky? Does I have internet? Here we go. Alright, so we are looking for first layer patches. And this says set your first layer height to 0.25 or greater. I'm going to do 0.25, so that is the one that I'm going to download. Click this little arrow to download it. And then to the slicer. So I'm just going to walk you through what this document says so you can see the slicer instead of the document. You can follow along with the document at home if you want. Let's see. Choose a patch that matches your layer height. So we're going to load this up in the slicer. First layer patch. We're gonna do the screen here shows 9 of them, so we're gonna do 9 of them. Range. I think there's a way to distribute them a little bit better, but I don't see it. Set our line width to 120% or greater. First layer line width. Yes, for 120%. Oh, we are not printing with ABS though, we are printing with PLA. This is 0.25 now. What's going on? No, it's 0.4 now. Okay, I don't know what this is. And then we're gonna live adjust Z. Let's slice this plate. Send it to the printer. And we're going to use this tool right here to adjust our Z while it's printing. Now while this is heating up, I'm going to I want to show you a couple things here. This is what we're looking for. We don't want the, all right, kind of like this. We don't want there to be gaps in between the lines, but we also don't want there to be ridges in the lines. So when the printer is printing, the nozzle moves and it puts some plastic down, and then it comes and moves back and puts some more plastic down. Well, where the nozzle is determined by the slicer. What we're looking for is the interaction between the plastic that the nozzle is squirting out. So if the nozzle is too tall, too far away from the plate, it's not going to squish that plastic enough, and it's going to stay like spaghetti. And then if our nozzle is too close, it's going to squish it out too much, and it's going to like come up the sides, like up, up, and make little ridges. Hopefully I'll have some good examples to show you this, but we're looking for just flat. Optimal, just flat. One of my buddies at work is asking Frenchy questions. My mom's got a little Frenchy pup that I get to hang out with all weekend. Super excited. Buddy Chloe. Maybe you guys will see her while I'm building the enclosure for this. She'll be hanging out with me in the garage here. But he's got a Frenchie. Yeah. Asking some questions about food. They're little balls of allergies, so food's very, very important to them. I don't know what's going on with my LEDs. Had some issues. Man, it's like watching your printer heat up. Should be just out there. There we go. And we're gonna do a mesh, because that's how we roll. Probably important that we do a mesh here anyway, because we're looking for proper Z squish. We want to account for the bed being a taco since it's an ender. The reason I got this filament in my hand instead of on a spool holder is this was left over on a spool. It's not enough to finish a print out of, but it's not garbage. This is what I like to keep it for. And I'm going to enclose this, and I don't know what I'm going to do for a spool holder yet. You see these next to me here, they've got spool holders on the side, but I would like for this printer to live right here. So I will need to do something for filament on all three of these printers, and I'm not sure what I want to do yet, so I have not installed my spool holder. What I kind of want to do is up there, I would like to put a rep rack and feed filament right out of there into whatever printers underneath here, but it's a project for another day, another time. I do have my CNC over in the corner, so maybe I'll cut some acrylic for that at some point. All right. Now we want to kind of look at this, look at it printing, and then adjust the Z offset as we go. I believe I am way far away, so we're going to come down some. We are still way far away, so I'm going to come down some more. Oh no, we failed. I can grab that so I don't waste the whole plate. We're gonna pause this for a sec. Pause. Lift that Z up. Clean our glob. And try again. This looks a little bit better. We are still high though. And we globbed up again. Pause. Clean that nozzle. Try that again. We globbed up again. Man, how am I this far off? This doesn't even make sense. Looks like we didn't immediately glob up. Oh, spoke too soon. Spoke too soon. Again with the balling up. Well, let's give this at least a chance of looking like something. Clean this off. Hopefully we have it a little bit closer than we did previously. Spray it down. And we will restart the print. Now our Z should still be in there. Bring it down just a bit more. Hey, what's up, Chris? We got it moving around. I think we are still too far away. Come down a bit more. Oh yeah. We're getting closer though. I don't know if you probably can't see what it's actually printing. I'll show you when it's done. It's just not sticking. Might have to go scrub this build surface. Just started one last dragon. 25 hours, holy moly, that's a print. We might be getting too close to the build plate. I think part of the problem is this build plate's got oils on it. Let's see if these are starting to look a little bit better. Well, maybe. Down a little more. I don't understand how we were this far off, though. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense. No, we're not there yet, but that's the most promising so far. Holy moly, this one looks like it's supposed to, I think. I don't understand how we were almost half a millimeter off, though. They're definitely looking better. We're not there yet, but they're looking better. Oh, why are we doing more than one layer? I don't want to do more than one layer. Stop that. Don't do that. Up, up. Alright, let's clean this gunk off the bed. I'm gonna go scrub this bed real quick. I think something is not right here. I'll be right back. All right, we're back. Let's try this again. Oh, hang on. We're not going to try this again. Up that. Now figure out why we're trying to print more than one layer. Go back to our tuning guide here for a sec. Make sure I didn't miss anything. Huh? Oh, set my first layer height. Yeah, 1.25 or greater. Oh, that's why. Oh, what a bonehead. Reading the instructions explains the instructions. We're also just going to do one layer. Or 20%. Let's try this. Upload and print. Upload and print. There we go. So, Chris, you missed my intro here, unless you're watching from the beginning. I don't know if you're watching from the beginning or not. Hopefully you're live. Say something if you're live. If you're live, I will explain myself. Okay, so you're live. What I did was in the beginning, I ran through calibrating my extrusion distance. So I told it to push 100 millimeters of plastic out, and then measured that it indeed pushed 100 millimeters of plastic out. And then I used a feeler gauge to set the distance between my nozzle and the bed. And now I'm printing these little squares to inspect them for proper squish. If I can get a better view of what's happening here while it's printing. I don't know if I can or not, but we will see. Never tried to do this one. Yeah, this is part of new printer calibration. You can't really see. So what we're looking for is, if you look at these examples, you can see in this first one, the nozzle was too far away, and it looks like you have a bunch of spaghetti laying next to each other. And in these ones over here, the nozzle's too close. In this one, you can see ridges where it's pushing the plastic back up at you. And on this one, you can see where it's actually forced the filament like back off the bed. I'm using Klipper to adjust my nozzle height on the fly as it's printing. Let's see what it's going to squirt out for us here. We may be way too close now because I was unfortunately telling it to under extrude. No, we're actually still a little high. A little bit. Yeah, this is the first plastic that's gone through it. That one doesn't look too bad. Try just a little bit more down. This might be too far down. Oh, I can't see the one that just printed. It looks pretty good though. What's this one look like? Oh, really? Why is it doing this? It's moving right on top of what I want to see. All right, what do we look like? Oh, wow, it still looks like we're too high. Don't even know how that's possible. I brought this down 0.5 millimeter. That's a ton. Still seeing gaps. Come down some more. we're getting closer though. Ooh, that one's pretty good. Still see a couple little gaps in there. Given approval to snatch the A1 once available. You're bamboo fanboy. All right. So look down here for a second. This is what I'm doing. Actually, let's do this instead. Go to the overhead. Oh yeah, now you can see what I'm working with. So this was the first one that we printed, and you can see how the lines are super far apart. They're not touching each other. This was the second one. I brought it down some more, and you can see how there's more lines touching. These two I couldn't see while this one printed next, and then this one printed, so I couldn't see this while this was printing, so these were the same, but lower than this one. This one I brought down a little bit, and you can see some of these gaps starting to close up. Again, some more of the gaps starting to close up. This one over here, a lot of the gaps are closed up. This one here only has a couple gaps left. And this one is about perfect. I know it's hard for you to tell there, but there's no gaps in it. And there's also no ridges. It is almost perfectly flat. So that is about exactly what we're looking for. I may do one more of these tests just to try and get it dialed in a little bit better. You can see when I peel them up, it's focus. See all those gaps? Yeah, yep, that is all just adjusting the Z height. Crazy what a difference it makes, huh? This was the first one. You can see right through it. Like, while it wasn't focused, you could actually see the bed through this. And this is all just getting that first layer dialed in. That's why your first layer is so important. You can see right through this. It's also crazy how far we were off with using the quote paper method. That's typically what they tell you to do, is stick a piece of paper in there, and when it just starts to drag, you're within the realm of possibility. Well, I used a feeler gauge, so a little bit more accurate than a piece of paper. My feeler gauge was set at 0.1 millimeters. So that should have been the difference between my bed and the nozzle, was 0.1 millimeters. My current Z offset is typically 0.57 millimeters closer. You see that those white marks are from me just bending it right now. But you can see how this is the second to last one. There's almost no see-throughness. it's starting to, the ridges are starting to flatten out. And then this is the last one. And you can see that most of that, the ridges are gone. It's just flat. I'm gonna run this one more time and try and fine tune this just a little bit more. You zoom you out here, not just looking at nothing. Gotta save that config real quick. So what'd you have to tell the wifey to get her on board with printer number 3? Be printing 24/7. I mean, it's really nice when you got a big project you're working on to load up multiple plates. The only thing faster than a fast printer is 2 printers. Or 3 printers or 4 printers. I know you haven't been into this super long, but there's kind of a running joke that the correct number of printers to have is the number of printers you have plus 1. You don't think it's stopped in 3 days? Oh yeah, you've been playing with the HueForge, that's right. Ooh, there's like random chat there for some reason. Get rid of that. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with the A1. Are you going to get an AMS for the A1 also? Or are you going to buy it just the printer? You're not going to get it. Just keep in mind that the big AMS is not compatible with the A1s. So if you want to do multicolor, you won't be able to do it on the A1. Yeah, just not sure if you would use the other AMS. I don't know how quick it's going to be fixed. They started by just, like, I don't know how close you've been following the whole thing, but they started by just saying, print this part, let us know if you have an issue and we'll get it taken care of. But now there's like a full-blown recall. Like, they don't want those printers out in the wild anymore. So I don't know how quick there's going to be a solution. I mean, you might want to think about getting it with the AMS light though, because if Amanda's hue forging as well. Yeah. Yep, that's exactly what I was just saying, if Amanda gets into making her own hue forge stuff. It's cheaper to get it with the printer than without, so that's another thing. They're hoping to send them out the 1st of May. Oh wow, that's actually the first date that I've heard, I think. Well, that'd be cool. All right, let's get ready to adjust. There was an auto response. Yeah, but I mean, that doesn't mean that the information's not correct. I don't think they would have said something unless they knew. What do we have going on here? These look awful. They look good at the end of last time. These don't look very good. Yeah, it's Polymaker Polyterra Army Green, I think, is the color of this filament. Picked out a similar color for my next printer build too. It has kind of a weird texture. The Polyterra stuff is like, I don't know how to describe it. It's smooth satin finish almost. Like it feels like a painted surface, if that makes any sense. It doesn't feel like normal plastic, normal PLA. Man, this does not look good. What is going on here? Keep moving it closer and it doesn't really seem like it's doing anything. Just look at the AMS combo with the A1. Yeah, it's only 150 bucks more. Yeah, you get a pretty big discount when you buy them as a package. I don't think it makes a whole lot of sense to just buy an A1. Yeah, they don't look good. I'm not sure what's going on here. They also didn't get any better. And they didn't really stick to the build plate. Like, there's not even anything to diagnose there. It's like it was super under extruding. Try that again. We'll go the other direction this time. Alright, let's try this. Raised it up a little bit this time instead of went down. Maybe the bed was too close and it wasn't letting it extrude properly. So what are you going to do till May? You're not really one to wait on something. Don't remind you. Hey, you could always get a P1S to tide you over in the meantime. Mr. Bamboo fanboy. Or I guess you got 3 months. That's enough time to build an ender. Your X1 will do ABS, so it should be easy to print parts for a Voron of some sort. You could get a little V1 kit. The A1 will be the final bamboo. A lot of people aren't fans. Well, it's not that they're not fans, it's that it's such a departure from like what 3D printing had been in the past that a lot of people that were really into what 3D printing used to be aren't really interested in what the bamboo offers. What the bamboo offers is like more for people like you that haven't been into 3D printing for a while. What's this guy look like? Oh yeah, so I think that's what the problem was. I was too close to the bed for that last set of patches, and it wasn't letting enough plastic out. But that looks a little bit better. That one looks a little bit better. Yeah, I think we were good where we were. Let's see what this one looks like. I'm right back to 0, so where I had it after that first run. Although that looks a little under extruded too. See you in a second here. You want to do more like what I'm doing? Yeah, I mean, it's not for everybody though. Like, that's one of the cool parts about the hobby is there's like so many different aspects of it that you're able to find your own thing, and you don't have to, like, just because I think what I'm doing is cool doesn't mean everybody does. So many little niches to get involved in. I think building printers is great though. Tons of fun. These look better than the last sheet I did, but they're still not good. I want more people to get into it, like seeing what people make and come up with, whether it be a printer or a duck or a gold chain. You gotta learn how to start making your own models. That's the next step. Start playing around in CAD. Austin kind of went full potato and dove right into CAD without worrying about how the printer works. think he'll be good making stuff in CAD. Yeah. I mean, he's got a little ways to go, but I explained some things to him today that might help his progress. And these patches also look awful. We are going to start from scratch here because that was not productive. We are going to do a probe calibration again. Oh, hey, don't do that. Home. Yeah, this is Klipper. If you get a minute, watch the beginning of this stream, and I explained some of what Klipper is. Start that over, this time without my feeler gauge in there. Hey, Drew. You'll have to, after we're done here, you'll have to go back and watch the beginning, because I explained a little bit more about what I'm doing in the beginning. I am part of the way through my calibrations here. Alright, so that is too close. That feeler gauge goes under, but doesn't really like it very much. I'll raise it up a little bit. Just barely drag in. We'll pump down a little bit. Oh, I think that's pretty good. I think we're going to go with that. And amazingly enough, when I had that, Chris, when I had that first batch that came out pretty good, this was almost exactly what that offset was. Save this. And I'm going to clean my bed real quick. And we're going to try that again. Trying to do the extrusion calibration, but you can't connect. You don't have a G code to read for the E steps. You can probably get it right on your screen, right on your touch screen. I don't know exactly what your interface looks like, but I think that touch screen will let you read it out. Actually, I know that touchscreen will let you input G codes into it, so you can get it from the manual G code entry in that touchscreen. You probably don't need to hook it up to the computer. It's not touch? That big thing on the side isn't a touchscreen? Hang on a second. So you have one that looks like this? I thought yours looked like this. This one? What you have? With a knob and an enclosure? Oh, well, I have no idea what you have then. You have a cross of the two. So your computer doesn't recognize the printer? Is that what it is? Sent to pick. There it is. Oh. Interesting. You still may be able to look and see if there's a place in there to manually enter a G code. Okay, so that's what you're using is Creality Slicer? Okay, what slicer are you using? Orca Slicer? Okay, so I don't know, like you're not gonna get a screen like mine because I'm on Klipper and you're not. I don't know what this screen looks like for Klipper. I'm not sure what this screen looks like for Orca Slicer or for Marlin firmware. You're gonna want to use Pronterface probably. You'll have to Google that. Pronterface, Pronterface. That should let you manually interface with your machine. Man, look at that, Chris. That's almost perfect right off the bat. Sometimes you just got to start over, I guess. You can control it and input G code. If you put a call out to see your steps, there's nothing to display it. Yeah, try using Pronterface. All right, so for that second square, I went closer and I was too close. You'll see it in a second here. I'm gonna back up a little bit and see what this one looks like. I'll show you what too close looks like. Yeah, it does look way better already. I'll give you a close-up as soon as we're done here. Point them out. Oh yeah, I think we got her dialed now. I think we're done. Might even just call it here. It might be time to make a boat. Not quite yet. Got a couple more things to do still. Oh yeah, I think we're dialed. We're dialed. Reprinted the light switch cover after re-leveling and doing the Z offset much better. Yeah. Yep, I think that's what your problem was. Alright, so if we look at these swatches, I am going to say that the one we ended on is the best. So this is the one that I said was too close, and I'll show you what too close looks like. See how you can see that they're like pushed up? Around the edges isn't necessarily as important as the center, but you can see how those, like the plastic, as it's pushed into the bed, is pushed back up and the nozzle like leaves an impression in it. That's too close. I don't think I have a too far one here. All of these three are all about perfect, I think. But the last one, I think, is the best of the three of them. See how on this one, that center is like nice and flush? Where the edges are raised, that's more tuning that has to be done, but that's different tuning. You know, that center's nice and flat. It actually looks worse on camera than it actually is. That's very, very smooth. Yeah, I think this is the best of them. See how it's like perfectly flat? What we're looking for. So I am going to save my config. And we have Z offset done. Zoom me out. You don't have to look at my nasty mechanic hands. Well, Drew, you'll have to send me a picture of the light switch cover that you made, the one that came out better. I'd like to see it. I'd like to see what you're making. So Chris, my brother Drew, oh, this one looks really good too. My brother Drew there just went out and picked up an Ender 3 from Micro Center. He's been toying with it some. Before you had your bamboo, what was your favorite thing to print on your Ender? Then one after the kiddo goes to bed, too hectic? Oh yeah, no problem, bud. Oh, I know you made a lot of stuff. What was your favorite? Your magnets already came in, so you're running off some test widgets. What did you, remind me what you're doing with magnets? I feel like I remember you telling me, but I don't remember right now. The big planetary gear thing, but you like articulating stuff, yeah. Oh yeah, that's right, you're doing Gridfinity. That's right, I remember. Time to go Gridfinite. Gridfinity is sweet. I need to get back to doing some more Gridfinity stuff. Gridfinite the world. Alright, let's go back to the computer for a second. We have finished this. So we successfully ended up with something in this area here, which is exactly what he said, closer to number 4. Yep. I'd say ours looked pretty close to that. I think we're right in between these two, which is good. Ooh, too far. All right, so now we are on to pressure advance or linear advance. We are going to do the pattern. Oh, and Priscilla just walked in, I think. Can you guys give me a couple minutes while I help her carry some groceries in? I will be right back. At the top of the video, or at the beginning of the stream, I linked this document here, if you guys want to peruse it so you kind of have an idea of what I'm doing. I also put links from this printer kit and some of the custom parts that I did. This is just me doing this for fun, so none of them are affiliate links. Shout out people that made cool stuff. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Priscilla went to Costco. Oh, the music stopped. That music back. Yeah, welcome back. All right, so what this is pressure advance. If you look at this little model that's on the screen here, you can see changes in the points here. How down here it's super bulgy and then kind of clears up. And then up here, there's little gaps in between the lines. That's what we're tuning for. So, Drew, if you think back to some of the prints that you've made recently, and Chris, if you think back to some of the prints that you made on your first Ender, sometimes the corners weren't perfectly square. Either there was like a thing where they were sticking out or they were kind of rounded over, like if you printed a cube or something. That's what we're tuning with this. Basically what happens is when your nozzle's printing, you have liquid plastic in there. And some of it is coming out the nozzle, and then you're shoving solid plastic in the top. So what happens is you build up hydraulic pressure in that molten plastic. And when your extruder is moving and goes to make a turn, it stops for a split second and then goes in the other direction. Well, all that pressure in the inside of your nozzle, even if your extruder isn't pushing more plastic in, that pressure that's in there is still going to force liquid plastic out. That's how you get these bulges. This is from extra plastic being squirted when it's printing. Now, you can also have the opposite. If you turn down your extrusion or have your pressure advance calibrated incorrectly, what'll happen, so what pressure advance does is as your nozzle is coming up to a movement, before it gets to the actual movement, it'll back off on the extrusion so that it's not building up that pressure, so that it can kind of coast its way through the corner and then start extruding again and like maintain a constant pressure through the move, so you get a nice constant extrusion. What this here is if it pulls that pressure back too quickly, it won't finish the line that it's making. So that's what we're going to tune here. When I was messing with Klipper, I don't believe this was a thing that Marlin would calibrate. I want to say that it is something that Marlin supports now, but I don't 100% know that. So this may or may not be applicable to all printers. Find out. Well, that's the beautiful thing about getting into this hobby, is there are so many little things to find out. So this is what the model's going to look like. We have to go to this tool and fill out a chart that's going to generate this model for us. I'm going to do that in a minute, but I want to read through the rest of this first. what you're looking for. You're looking for the sharpest corner with the fewest artifacts. There is rarely such a thing as perfect pressure advance. Not looking for perfection, just as close as you can get. I'm going to stop here for just a second because I'm calibrating a new printer, right? So this printer was a pile of parts a few weeks ago. Some of it was even still filament on a spool a few weeks ago. I'm going through these steps to get a new printer up and running, new from scratch. Could treat this as though it didn't even have software on it. A lot of these things that we're tuning right now, not so much the extrusion distance, a little bit more so the first layer squish, but definitely pressure advance. And I don't know if we're going to get into too much of the other stuff, but some of the other stuff as well is dependent on the filament you're using. So different brands of filament, different types of filament, and to a lesser extent, different colors of filament will all behave differently inside the nozzle here. So it's kind of important to, at the very least, pick a brand and stick with it. Not saying don't try out new stuff, but if you're doing something that like you want to come out nice, like if you're doing a project for a gift or a project that you're going to sell to somebody or something, don't just pick random new spool of filament off the internet that's a pretty color that you think the person's going to like and think that it's going to print the same as whatever you're doing. Personally, I found that like silk PLAs print a lot differently than normal PLAs. So keep that in mind when you're choosing filaments. But like I said, also like something as small as a different color can change how the filament prints. So some of these things that we're doing, you may have to do like when you pick a new filament to print as well. Pressure advance is one because different filaments behave differently under pressure. Some of them are a little bit more viscous, some of them are a little bit more liquid, and that'll affect your pressure advance. When you get into things like temperatures and extrusion multipliers and like some of that other stuff, that's important to tune per filament as well. I don't typically tune per filament because I just print a lot of Polymaker and it all kind of tends to be consistent. Normally when I order a spool of filament, it's Polymaker. And they all behave pretty similarly. So obviously you're going to have a different slicer profile for like different types of filament. But that's basically all I print. So I don't go through these steps all of the time. Basically only when I have a change. And whenever you take your tool head over here apart, you're changing things. Even if it goes back together exactly the same, you're changing things. So you're going to have to recalibrate your Z offset. You may have to recalibrate your extrusion distance, your extrusion multiplier, that kind of stuff. So just a quick little aside there. So it says there is rarely such a thing as perfect pressure advance. You're not looking for perfection, just as close as you can get. That's basically what I tune for in general. Because most of what I do is setting up like a new printer. So I'm just looking to get it close, and then, you know, per filament, you're going to change whatever. Imagine you're holding a machinist square over each corner. In this example, they would choose 0.4 because that is closest to square. I actually kind of like, it's either 3, 5, or 4, I think. One of these two. You get best real prints when they lean towards higher values. Okay, that's probably why they went to 4 then. And then you would run the test again at closer intervals to really dial it in. I'm only going to do the one test. I'm not going to do it multiple times, I don't think. And we'll save the value. Let's go to the calibration tool. Except I want to open that tab. Alright. We are Klipper, rectangular bed, 0.4 nozzle, 1.75 filament. We haven't done extrusion multiplier yet. I believe this tip says to famous last words, I'm only going to test once. Yeah. Now this test I'm only going to do once. It only needs to be reasonably close. Alright, first layer height. Alright, so we can do no anchor where it's just the lines on the bed. You can do a whole layer where it prints a whole layer and then lines on the bed. Or you can do a frame around it. This is what I'm going to do. I think all of the rest of this is fine. Oh, bed size. We are, I believe we're 220. 220. Yeah, temps are close enough. And we're going to use my print start macro. I think that's it. No G code. Alright, let's load it up in the splicer. Oh, where is it? Oh, because it's G code, it didn't load. All right, well, let's do this then. This is another cool thing about Klipper, is if I go to device and hit upload and print, I can print right from there. I don't need no stinking slicer. Oh, you know what though? I gotta cancel this because I don't have enough filament loaded. Man, is this gonna make me get a spool out? Yeah, I think I gotta get a spool out. Well, we can get the bed heating up. Nozzle heating up. You gotta do work. What kind of work you gotta do? Oh, talking about me getting a spool of filament? I don't even know what kind of filament I want to use. Just use this spool of blue, whatever. Alright. Let's retract. Well, the problem with getting a spool out is I don't have a spool holder on this machine, so I'm probably gonna have to get a spool holder out as well. Unless I can think of some way to rig up spool holder. I think of a way to rig up the spool holder. I mean, I can think of a couple bad ways to rig up a spool holder. Haha, I figured it out. Nope, I got a better idea. I could just take some off a roll, but I think I'm too lazy for that. Filament from way downtown. Oh, sorry, you can't see that. I got it coming off the back of another printer. If it works, it works. That's right. It ain't stupid if it works. Turns out I had a spool holder. It was just attached to a different printer. Sent you a pic of the finished spooler. Wasn't sure if you showed me. You did not show me. I'm interested in that. Oh, hell yeah, that looks great. That's awesome. Nice job, Chris. It's a very interesting color. Looks like meat. It's meat colored. Yeah, I always wanted undercooked chicken colored. Now you found it. That you did, my friend. Go to this view, see if you can watch it print. Why would you even make filament that color? Why would you buy filament? I mean, sure, it looked different online. Like, that's what it looks, that's the color of, like, meat. You thought it was magenta. No, it is definitely not magenta. Yeah, there's a magnet. I'll show you after it's done printing. It's on a, there's a magnet on the bed and it just down on the magnet. That blue doesn't show up very well on camera. Should pick something a little bit brighter against that that black. Will super glue eat PLA? No, it will not. That is the preferred method for gluing parts together that are made out of PLA is super glue. Loctite, I believe, eats plastic, so I would stay away from Loctite, but super glue is what they tell everybody to use. No. Thanks, Chris. Chiming in. Use Gorilla Gel. I use Star Bond off of Amazon because you can get it out without knocking everything over. You can get a pack that comes with accelerator. You have Harbor Freight Special? Hey, that works too. Whatever works. I don't know if you were present for my rail lubing, but this is what I use for rail lube, and it is Harbor Freight Special. You have to use gel type. If you try and use normal super glue, it goes bad. Well, that's the nice thing about this Star Bond that I get. It comes in different viscosities. You can get thin, medium, thick. User error. Bad. Not bad on plastic. Oh, yeah, gotcha. Yep. Yeah, it just gets everywhere. You mean you end up gluing your fingers together? I believe that Starbond actually has like a kit that they sell that's like different viscosities and a thing of accelerator, like all in one. And it also comes with a bunch of these little applicator tips. So you can just stick one of these on, and then like it's got like a little tiny pinhole in it, and you just throw it out when you're done. And then your super glue is still good. Oh, sorry, I bumped the camera there. Does it leave white residue? You wanted to try CA glue with accelerator, but remember it leaving a residue? I don't remember if it does or not. I don't think it does. I don't know. I'll try some in a second. Let me get my bag of failed prints. There's a hex tray that went bad. Yeah, there's a little bit of something there. I think it's more in the reflection though. Maybe this was a bad color to use. The luster is different. I don't think it changed the color too much, but the luster's... Right. Go back to the computer. And what we're looking for is the squarest corner. Looked fine. Some of the old model glue would turn everything white. Yeah, it definitely didn't turn white. Print and says it's gonna purge 362 times. Well, that's what you get when you have multicolor prints. Oh, that's the one I want. Let's zoom in here. Alright, I'm going to, well, actually going to let you look at the computer for a minute while I poke my head in here and see what's going on. Well, Chris, I think you were right. I think I'm gonna end up going back in for a second one. I don't love any of these. Looks like 0.35 is the first one without gaps in it. Bring you back here. No, that's not what I wanted. Yeah, so this one would be 0.45 right here. You guys can't really see the gaps. No, you kind of can. There's a couple gaps right there. Yeah, I think we're gonna run this again with a finer resolution between 0.015 and 0.035. Go back here. We want 0.015. We'll call it 4. 4.5. And then we want 0.005. That would be 6. Go 0.002. Chris wanted to see the build sheet, so let me do that real quick before I clean it. So yeah, this is just held on with a magnet. Just a magnet sheet on the bed, and this is just steel and sticks right to it. Isn't your bamboo bed held on with a magnet? Do you have a glass bed on your ender? Drew has glass? Yeah. There's nothing wrong with glass. I like glass. My first printer had a glass bed, and a lot of times I had better luck with glass than I do with this. You saw the plate that came on it with the clips. Yeah, the plate's glass though, right? It's not a PEI sheet like this. Pretty marred up. Drew, I don't think those two things go together. PEI is a coating they put on steel. I don't think they make glass beds with PEI. Are you talking about the little, like, polka dot pattern or whatever? You know, now that I've got this thing in my hand, it looks different than it did on the bed. I actually think that either 0.25 or 0.3 is the best. Alright, we are about up to temp here, so it should start any second. Someone's sassy tonight. The layer on top of your glass, not sure what it is. Let me, hang on one second. Somewhere around here I have a glass bed. Does it look like this, Drew? Like little dots. Yeah, it's not PEI, that's just the glass, it's just for texture. PEI is usually either looks like this or is gold colored like this. You can actually get kits. Let me see if I have one. So this is a kit from, I don't remember where, somewhere overseas and super cheap. But it's a flex steel PEI sheet. This is for an ender, and it comes with a magnet on the back. You just clean your bed real good, and then this will stick to it. These are cheap. I mean, you can get expensive ones also, but you can also pick those up pretty cheap. And they're a decent upgrade to the glass bed. Got one in your save for later on the jungle site. Jungle site. Who says that? There's a YouTuber that always says the jungle site. Oh, the guy that put the Harbor Freight motor in his Honda Insight always says the jungle site. Robot Cantina. Eric Vieri. Oh, I don't know who that is. Oh, Vice Grip Garage, yeah. You were telling me about him before. Have you ever seen that Robot Cantina guy? He's out in the Midwest somewhere. Kansas, I think he said. Yeah, the guy started his channel with Honda Insight. You know what a Honda Insight is? It was like one of the original hybrids. Little tiny Honda thing. And he bought a Harbor Freight like Predator engine. Like one of those single-cylinder, air-cooled gasoline engines. And put it in the Honda Insight. Oh, Paige used to have one? There you go. Too bad she still doesn't. Those things are super sought after now. They're worth more now than they were then. Super lightweight chassis. Guys like to put big motors in them and race them. Yank all the electronics out. Not remotely what it was made for. Yeah, pretty much. Kind of the opposite of what it was made for. They reduced weight in the car so that it wouldn't be a pig with all the hybrid electronics, giant battery pack and all that. So the car's super aerodynamic and it's lightweight, so people stuff big motors in them and go race them. Or big, air quotes, big motors for a Honda. The thing is so quick. What's that? This printer? It's not that quick. I mean, it's probably quick compared to your Ender, but... Well, I mean, technically this is still an Ender. Yeah, compared to your Ender. I'll wait till I start ripping out a Benchy. There's a bunch of Ender parts still on this. Alright, let's look at what we got. And for the close-up. And it's really hard to tell when it's on the build sheet here. I'm going to have to peel it up, I think. Now, before I do, what do you think? What do you guys think is the best one? I know it's hard to tell. numbers came up separate. That's not good. How am I ever going to know? You think 4? 4 is... Oh, you guys can't see the numbers. Are you talking 4 from the bottom? 0.27, is that one? So just as a general rule of thumb, I'll say this while I'm trying to peel this up. The default value for pressure advance in Klipper is 4. So if you haven't tuned pressure advance, your pressure advance is 4. See what it looks like on something with some contrast. It's actually really hard to tell. Hang on 1 second here. My wife sent me a message. Okay, give me 1 second here. Wife needs my help. I'll be right back. Alright, I am back. Sorry about that. Priscilla was having problems with the internet. We have been having endless problems with the internet. Hopefully they're better now. Yeah, the numbers were just off. You're at 0.27. Let me take a look at it close here. Man, it's really hard to tell because there's like there's a weird squiggle that I don't think is supposed to be there. I think I'm gonna go with maybe you're right. Yeah, maybe you guys are right. 0.027 it is. So another nice thing about Klipper, let's go back to Klipper real quick. Because of the way Klipper is built, I can just go into my printer config, go down to extruder, and I have a pressure advance. Go with 0.027. And restart. Alright, so that is basically all I have to do to be up and printing. I probably didn't even have to do pressure advance as long as I wanted to keep the speeds down a little bit. But we did it, so we might as well print something. I have this blue filament loaded. So what should I print in this blue filament? Anything striking your fancy? I don't have multicolor capabilities, so. Okay. I don't want to print a bracelet. Ooh, what's this? Possible planetary gear fidget. Sure, let's see what happens. You have to be a member to download? What? Hang on. me just a... Ooh, you have one? What do you want? What do you want me to print? What do you have? Oh, you have the triple planetary gear made? Right. Back to the slicer. I don't think we need 9 shells. That's a lot. How long is this going to take to print? Looking for a first print. Yeah, I'm looking for a first print. And I got this blue filament loaded, so that's what I'm printing with. I think this is going to take too long. Oh yeah, 11 hours? No way. Not gonna. A nice blue? Yeah, it's an alright blue. It wasn't something that I picked. The D20 was 45 minutes for your ender. I don't think I ever actually set up the slicer profile for this. Give me a second here. filament on. Wall. Cubic. Probably okay. I might crank. Skirts. And a simple one in Discord, which is no, just a different fidget. Sure, that went out. There's 3 designs there. Holes all over, middle hole, or plain. Which one should I print? Plain or holes? We'll do some holes. Some holes, not all holes. That's not it. Place that shit. Oh, holes all over is the one that you made? 2 holes all over? 2 holes all over. Chris, did you print this on your bamboo or on your Ender? Oh, you know what? There was one more calibration I wanted to do. That's all right. We're gonna try printing this. Ooh, I don't know what this is. Does it want it to simplify the model? Sure, we'll try it. Might have just borked it though. We'll see. 2 hours? It made it longer. We're gonna send it. Yeah, I don't. It made it longer. I don't know what it did. All right, I got the speed set a little bit conservative, so I might crank the speed a little bit while we're going here and see what I feel comfortable sending this thing at. It's another nice thing about Klipper is I can adjust the speed on the fly as we go. Yes, I can change the speed while it's printing. I'll show you. Pretty slick. Klipper does a lot, my friend. Yeah, no problem. Gotta come up the temp anyway. Oh, how come it didn't come up the temp? Canceled the print because it wasn't hot. Why wasn't it hot? did not heat up. I'll worry about that later. Set it manually. I want to see it print. Almost up to temp. Start this. By the time it's done meshing again, we should be at temp. I really need for this camera to be better. It is not great. I gotta find a cheap GoPro somewhere. Oh, there's your light switch, Drew. Nice. Wow, that came out really good. That's a huge difference from the one you showed me before. Nice work, buddy. Changing that first layer made a big difference. I'll let this thing get the first layer down and then we'll play with the speeds a little bit. I'm really not happy with the quality of this potato right here. Welcome back, Chris. As soon as we get off this first layer, I'll play with the speed for a minute. But what's playing with the speed all on its own? Time to kick it into ludicrous speed. See if we can sling the bed through the wall. If it's a ludicrous speed, it'd be through the window, then the wall, right? That was ludicrous, wasn't it? It wasn't ludicrous? It was Lil Wayne. You sure? Maybe my old man brain's getting the best of me. Yeah. Yeah, that's the one. I am also super old, Chris. Little John. Little somebody. A little too lazy to spell little. This model might have too many fine features to really crank the speed on. Should have done like a big vase mode print or something. Yeah, it's no slouch. It's just with all the fine features, there's a lot of stopping and starting, and it doesn't really let it get up to speed. This is the type of print that would more test accelerations than speed. Like I'm only seeing... It looks like it tops out at like 4 millimeters cubed per second of like actual plastic flow. And this should do more than that. Yeah, she's chooching. Drew, are you still hanging out, or did you get kiddoed? All right, let me, while this thing's doing its thing, let me show you something real quick. Go to the computer. So this is Pronterface. Well, that's not what I wanted. Oh, here we go. Messing with a minifig someone asked about. There's a pretty big D&D group. Guys from the base D&D group, or? Guys from base, cool. Oh, you download it, you're waiting to mess with it once your widget's finished. Well, let me show you while we're waiting. If I can get it pulled up. Five more minutes. All right, so add scene. Smaller. So this is printer face. Basically what you're going to do is hook your printer up and you're going to tell it what port to communicate on. Over here. And then hit connect. And it's going to be kind of similar to what I have in Klipper, but not as featureful and very dumb. But you can move your axes around, you can home them, and more importantly, over here you can type in whatever G codes you have, and it'll read them out here, so you can get your rotation distance and stuff there. E transmission ratio equals E steps. Hang on. Go back to the tuning guide. Yeah, it's just whatever is after E. Marlin works different from Klipper, so it's a little bit different from what I did. Should be this section here. And then save it to EEPROM. Oh, okay. Transmission ratio must just be different terminology for it. Well, now you know. That's right, knowing is half the battle. I thought you could probably do it from the display. It would have been weird if you couldn't, but I haven't. The problem with Ender 3s is there's like 1,000 different versions of them. This one was an Ender 3 Pro. There's also like an Ender 3 V2, an Ender 3 SE, an Ender whatever. There's a million different versions of them. So I think on Saturday, since this thing is now printing, my plan is going to be to, I want to do my extrusion multiplier. That's what I forgot to do today. So on Saturday, I want to do this. Where we'll be printing more little cubes here and looking at the differences in them to try and tune my extrusion multiplier. I should definitely have done this before I tried this very tolerance reliant fidget thing, print in place model. I should have made sure this was correct first, but I didn't, so I'll probably do this first thing on Saturday. And then I would like to get into doing the enclosure for this. I have all the parts printed. And once the enclosure's done, I want to do a quick video to get a serial number for this one and a serial number for the orange switch wire up here. I haven't got a serial for that yet. And then after this project's over, I need to, because I want all three of these on this top shelf here. There's room for it, but if I do that, there isn't room for spool holders. So maybe my next project will be a rep rack. You guys know what a rep rack is? Have you seen that on the interwebs yet? Yeah. Yep. It's an open source design that a guy made. This is actually more what I'm looking for. So, the load. So this is the rep rack. It's these little plates, and you just put conduit through them. Make spool holders that you can hang on the wall. You can 3D print these brackets, like these are 3D printed, or you can, there's files to like cut them. And I would probably cut them out of acrylic since I got the CNC. You could also laser them. These are laser cut. And then there's a couple different ways you can do this. You can either just use this for filament storage, or you can get these like slip collars that you print these also, but it says to print them out of PETG, and I don't mess with PETG, so I don't think I would do this. But these reduce the friction so the spools can slide against these. Or you could use a bar through this top and hang them like you would a normal spool holder. The problem with the bar through the top is in order to change one spool, you've got to take them all off, which can be a bummer. There's also these. These are like single spool holders that fit on the rep rack, so you can change one at a time. I think what I would be looking for though is something closer to this. This is the guy that designed the rep rack also he sells these. The rep box where it's enclosed. PVC, I assume you mean? No, I think you would have to have metal. And it's not like pipe, it's just electrical conduit. It's super cheap. I think PVC would bend. Like each of those spools is a kilogram, which is like what, 2.2 pounds or something like that. So if you got 4 spools, that's 10 pounds, 9 pounds. That's kind of a lot of weight for PVC pipe, I think. I think this is something more what I want, where it's enclosed with a humidity gauge in there, and you print right out of this. You have your Bowden tubes coming right out. Yeah, so your Bowden tubes would come right out of there. You would like the open rack style in the printer room. Yeah, I mean, it looks cool to see all the filament hanging there. The problem is I got all my stuff in the garage, and I got to worry about humidity, especially being in South Kakalaki. I don't know if you ever noticed, but all of my bins up here all have, in the corners there, those black things are all humidity sensors. This filament absorbs moisture from the air. Some more than others, but absorbs moisture from the air. So once you crack open that sealed package, vacuum sealed package, you got to make sure to try and keep them dry. Otherwise, it can lead to printing issues. Think you'd be okay in the house. I don't think you'd need a dehumidifier in the house. I mean, you can get these little temperature humidity sensors. I think a five or 6 pack of these was only like $10 on Amazon or something. Yeah, you don't want to be at 50%. That's because my hands are sweaty and I'm holding the thing, but it was at like 30. I think the filament you want around 20%, if I remember correctly. Like less than 20 is optimal to store filament at. So like those boxes up there, one of them is for open spools, and the other ones I only have sealed up spools in. So the ones that are sealed only have sealed up spools. Ones that I haven't opened yet, like I don't really care about them because they're sealed. But the one that's open, I got 2 big bags of desiccant in it to try and keep it dry. And right now that one's sitting at 21%. If you're doing ABS, Chris, I don't think ABS is as sensitive as some of the other plastics are. PLA will absorb a little bit, but like PETG is real bad. TPU is real bad at absorbing moisture from the air. And it'll actually, when it goes through the extruder, the moisture will boil out and make little like pockets in your print of boiled moisture. Like pops and gets stringy and just generally gross. This thing's cooking right along. I mean, it's not going to be done anytime soon, but we're on layer 20 of 75. I don't think I'll ever mess with PETG or TPU, to be honest. Like ABS, PLA. I know the PLA carbon fiber, they say to keep super dry. Yeah, I don't really know about the filled filaments, either the carbon fiber or the glass filled. I really haven't messed with them yet. Your widgets are done and they do not interlock. Probably because your calibration is wrong. Are these toolbox widgets you're printing? I had issues with that with when I did Gridfinity too. Some of my things aren't super accurate, and I think part of the problem is that I downloaded remixes from different people instead of all the same people. So like my base plates are like big chunky heavy base plates because I didn't want them to move, and when I printed them, I thought I was gonna be making a ton of them and like cover my desk in them. So I made sure I downloaded ones that you could fasten together. But that person didn't have any like things to go in them. So I printed things to go in them from different people, and they're not exactly the same. Like, if you think about it, your tolerances are pretty tight in order for it to be a good fit, where they kind of like click into place and then don't fall out. And you know, if you're off a mil over the course of one cube, that's not a whole lot, but it's enough that would prevent it from going into place. And a mil over the span of a cube is only half a mil per side, which is like just a little over one layer line or one wall thickness. So it's not a whole lot. But plastic's cheap and you're learning, so have fun. It's literally one wall thickness too big. Yeah. So Drew, I've gotten a few people that work into 3D printing. Chris is one of them. This other guy, Austin, at work is another one. And I think that's the problem that he's having, is that he hasn't fully wrapped his brain around like what a 3D printer does, or I don't want to say how it works, but like the things to look out for. And he's biting off projects that are like on the outer limit of the scope of what a 3D printer, especially a cheap 3D printer, is capable of. Like when you're, I mean, you've really only got a couple prints under your belt, and they've all been like kind of advanced prints. Not that I'm telling you you're doing anything wrong, but it's you're definitely finding all the gotchas. Like the dinosaur that you made, I'm hoping taught you a lot about printing with supports and orienting parts for like the correct placement on a plate. Like which side should be down, which side should be up. Maybe how to rotate them so that like a particular face is facing the correct direction. But that was a really complicated print. That's not one that I would have told you to do as your first print. Your Lego, I meant to ask you, do those, and I gotta mess with it more, yeah. Those Lego plates that you printed, do they clip into Legos all right? Have you tried? Not yet. Yeah, that's something that I would be a little nervous about, especially if your printer's not like, I don't want to say tuned correctly or tuned appropriately, but when you're dealing with anything that's like a clearance fit, your machine's got to be pretty dialed, otherwise it's not going to work out right for you. Like I'm not sure that this is going to work. This print that I'm doing right here is going to work when I'm done, because I have not tested any of the clearances for this machine yet. The Legos, good. Well, that's good. I'm assuming you just ran and tested it. Your grammar on YouTube is terrible. That's all right. It's just the comments. Nobody reads the comments anyway, do they? And see, anybody that tunes into this stream will only hear me talking about it because I don't know how to put the comments in my stream. So they will only hear me reading your words correctly and not your atrocious spellings. Or typings, I should say. No problem. I'm here for you, buddy. Thanks for that. That's why I'm trying to read your comments also, because I know that they're not going to show up on the stream in case anybody wanted to tune in at a later date and watch my progress with the Ender switch wire. Not happy with the top layer on this Lego though. The switch plate that you sent me, I thought it looked pretty good. What aren't you happy with? That you can see the layer? That you can see like the printer marks? Needs more tuning. So one thing on any kind of flat surface with 3D printing, you're going to see the lines. There's not really a way to get away from that 100%. It's just kind of the nature of the beast. There are things you can do to help. Tuning will help, making sure your extrusion is correct. Both the extrusion multiplier or the extrusion distance, the E steps that I did earlier, and also the extrusion multiplier, the thing that I wanted to do today but forgot to. A closer picture, I'll check the picture in a minute. But there's a feature in the slicer called ironing, and I haven't messed a ton with ironing, so I couldn't tell you what to do other than to play with it. But what ironing does is after the top layer is finished, it heats the nozzle and like just barely lets the filament ooze out and moves up like half a layer, and it just goes over the whole surface to try and like remelt the top layer and fill in any gaps. I have no idea how that would affect a clearance fit for something like a Lego, or like what the proper, because I know there's some parameters that you can mess with also for ironing. I have no idea what to tell you to set those parameters to, but that might be something that would help. Oh, I see. Yeah, it looks like you're a little bit under extruded. There's some gaps in there that I see. That's still not bad though, it looks pretty good. I mean, you'd almost rather have gaps in it like that than bulges, because bulges would stop the Legos from fitting. At least that looks like the Legos would fit. You know you're under extruding? Okay. Well, that's what we're working on. That's what we worked on today, and that's what I'm going to do first thing on Saturday, so. Yeah, see? 96 mil was your extrusion. You're ever so slightly under extruding. And when you're done doing your E steps, is what you're calibrating now. When you're done doing that, you can do your EM, your extrusion multiplier, to kind of fine tune it once your E steps are good. I'm gonna run inside and grab a drink real quick. I will be right back. Getting a little thirsty. All right, I am back. So this is what I actually might do for my filament, is just make a bunch of these stands. This is a rep rack as well, but these are like the one-off stands. And it looks like they have provision for French cleat on them. Like, this whole system is meant to go on a French cleat wall. But these look like they also have provision for French cleat. So what I might be able to do is just make, I just make like an L bracket. I could hang those from the top and run filament paths right in. Might be what I do. We'll have to look into this. Show you what I'm working with. So up here, I have my shelf of my printers, and I want this printer to go in the middle of those two. But I have spool holders in the way. So I think if I've got these bins full of filament up here, but there's room behind them, so I think I can push those back. But if I just come up from the front of that with a piece of French cleat, I think those spool holders will stick out far enough to clear my light, and I could just run filament paths down from them. What I'm thinking currently. I think we're almost half done with this gadget. That would do it for sure. Yeah. And that would also still leave me plenty of space up there for my bins for filament storage as well. The only thing with doing it that way is they wouldn't be enclosed, which is kind of what I wanted, so that's a bummer. Keep the humidities out. It's not like I can really run a dehumidifier like in my garage. Humidity in South Carolina, and coastal South Carolina, is no joke. You could, but it'd be a very uphill battle. That is true. Would be basically fighting the everything. Oh, see, this guy's got filament feeder tubes built into those. Yeah, that's what I want to do. I just wish they were enclosed. Wish I had the floor space for the rolls. I don't want to hang anything the only way. What do you mean floor space for the rolls? Why do you want them on the floor? I mean, there's no reason you couldn't build this into a cabinet either. Like, if you just got a cheap Walmart, you know, particle board cabinet. No, I don't think any of this was on the floor. Oh, this is just sitting on the floor. It's not, it's meant to be hung. This on the end here it's one of those. You could enclose those fairly easily. I don't know how easy it would be, because if you look, kind of hard to tell, but I think these are a smaller footprint than the filament roll. You think PLA or ABS? Like if you were going to print these, you mean? I think PLA would be fine. I don't think you have to have ABS. PLA should be plenty strong. The original rip rack here, I think he specifies what to do. So it says to use 1/2 inch EMT. And he says he wants them spaced about 32 inches apart. So depending on like how many spools you're wanting to stick up there. Well, how wide is a spool of filament? Filament spool is about 65 millimeters. I don't have an actual tape measure here, just the metric one. Where's my regular tape measure? Here it is. So a spool of filament is like 2.5 inches. What's 32 divided by 2.5? .8. So you're going to get 12 spools in between 32 inches. That's 25 pounds of filament. Yeah, I mean, you're probably fine with PLA. I think it looked like the models for the printed ones are thicker than the laser cut ones. And I would just like up your wall and your top and bottom layer counts and up your infill percentage, and you'll probably be all right. Unless you want to use ABS. I mean, ABS is going to be stronger, but I think I would still up your, I wonder if he gives print settings. Sometimes they give you print settings in here. It doesn't say what the print specs are. It would have been nice if he had print specs. Oh, it does. Here we go. So the sides are, oh, it doesn't. So he printed them out of PETG. So if PETG is strong enough for what he spec'd them for, I would imagine PLA is perfectly fine. Like two would put 12 on each. And I mean, if you don't want to hang them on a wall, like you could like I said, get a cabinet. Just get a cheap, like, IKEA, Walmart, Target cabinet. And you can build them right into the cabinet, I would think, pretty easily. But I think they look cool. I mean, I realize you might not want them, like, in your living room like that, but... You're gonna do a nice wooden curtain rod, but didn't want to have to remove the rolls to get the one in the middle. Yeah. Yeah. You're not gonna print from this though, right? You're just looking for spool storage? Oh, I think I see a goober in here. Let's see if I can grab it. There's definitely a goober in there. Pause this real quick. Currently have them in their boxes all stacked up. Yeah, I mean, I haven't found a great way to store filament. I just have them in those. I think Priscilla got those totes up there from Costco, and they're nice because they have a seal on them. Like I said, my main thing is I'm trying to keep humidity out of them. Check out the design you text me. What is the design you text me? Spanner hand spool holders. Alright, well, let's look at it together. Let me bring it up here. Those are kind of cool. They're all 3D printed. Got little windows in them. And a little Bowden tube. The picture worked. There we go. Oh, those are kind of cool. Huh. Looks like it's a printed TPU gasket. Flex seal. Interesting. I'm not gonna watch it. Like printer farm wall spools, yeah. Well, this that one picture definitely was absolutely a printer farm. The Prusa picture. This one. Definitely a printer farm. Yeah, that's pretty cool. I wonder how much filament they use. Like to print one, I mean. If I got a... You can buy those single roll spool things. And, if it takes half a spool of filament to print one, you might be better just buying some. This one? Or this? This? Yeah, that's kind of cool. It looks like that'd work for you. Hang on, I'll send it to you. All right, you got it. Yeah, that's an interesting system. I wasn't really thinking about individual enclosed spool holders. I was kind of thinking like a box for all of them. That might work too, though. Because, like, my logic was if I had a bunch of spools, I guess there's no reason you couldn't do it with this too. It'd just be harder to see what the spools were. But I do want to print from them. And I want there to be, like, for each slot in my filament system, I want there to be, technically in this case it's a reverse Bowden tube because the filament's not being pushed through it, it's being pulled through it. Like my, oh yeah, hang on, where's my mouse? This guy here, the Bowden tube comes up and goes through and then down to this bracket right here. And then, like, this spool is like feeding up through the tube. The tube is just kind of guiding filament to it instead of the filament being pushed through it like on the ender. So my thought was if I had a system up here for spools of filament, I could just have a tube coming out of each one and just, like, when I wanted to change filaments, just swap the whole thing out. This is a blue filament running off my other printer. Yeah, you weren't here for that, Chris? I couldn't figure out what to do for a spool holder, so I stuck the spool on a different printer. And it's just kind of run across the room right now. And, like, there's no reason that this spanner hands wouldn't work for that, but there's only that little window to see what's in it, and if I hung it, like, up above here, I don't think you'd be able to see that window to see, like, what's in each spool. Just get 3 more AMS units and mount them to the wall. Yeah, that might get kind of pricey. Might get kind of pricey. Can't get your settings to save. Your rotation distance, your EM. One of your favorite things to watch. The AMS is one of your favorite things to watch working. Yeah, I got to come over and check it out. I haven't seen one in person. A dry erase marker might work, but I don't know. I think I'd want to see the actual filament though. The steps and Z offset. Did you M500? I think is what saves it to EEPROM. Did you do M500? Is that what it said to do to save to EEPROM? True. I think I've still got it pulled up here. I could just check. All right, so it says calculate, temporarily set your E-stops with M92. So in this case, it was M92 and then E421 for the E-steps. And then you test it, and then you have to save it. So save your new E-steps with M92, so M92 E421, and then M500 to save it to EEPROM. And then one thing that this doesn't say that I know I had to do with my first printer was after I saved to EEPROM, I had to power cycle it. We're on layer 53. We're about 2/3 there. You think you got it? Good. Did you forget the M500 or did you need to power cycle it? Your Z offset says Marlon wanted to hit store configuration on screen, but it wasn't saving. Yeah, I don't remember, unfortunately. I remember having the power cycle though, so if you run into an issue. So do you understand the difference between Z offset and your bed level? Not saying you're dumb or anything, it's just, it can be kind of a tricky distinction to make. People get tripped up with it. Okay, just checking. Did that Ender you got come with a probe, a BL Touch or a CR Touch or whatever? Did not. It might be a good upgrade for you at some point. Something to get your feet wet and modifying your printer a little bit. Help you out. Of course, I mean, once you get your printer dialed in, you shouldn't, unless you mess with something, you shouldn't have to do any of the calibration stuff. Like on a regular basis, at least, just if you have a problem. You want silicone first instead of springs? Okay, Drew. Yeah, I'm probably not too far behind you. I'm probably gonna see this print finish and then head to bed myself. Is that what you have? I believe you have an Ender 3 Pro. It's basically the same thing. It's a little bit different. These adjustment wheels move if you glance at them in passing. Yeah, ask Chris about that. Those little silicone spacers are pretty cheap. If you were closer, I'd give you a set. I got a box full of them. But it cost me as much to ship them as if you bought them off Amazon, so. As long as you don't touch them, there's no problem. It's when you bump them, then there's a problem. Good night, Drew. Love you, bud. Maybe I'll see you Saturday. Or talk to you Saturday. You'll see me Saturday, maybe. We got 15 layers to go. Crazy looking infill. It's cubic is what I usually use. What pattern do you usually use? Default to grid. So the infill patterns like have a reason for being different infill patterns. It's not just that they look different. They do different things. All grid does is make a bunch of, looks like X's everywhere. My grid does or cubic does? Yours or mine? Looks like X's everywhere. Your infill default? Yeah. So grid makes columns, if that makes sense. Grid will just make like lines, 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 and it'll just build up like that. Cubic does the same thing where it makes X's, except it shifts the layer of the X. So instead of just making like columns of empty space, it makes little like staggered cubes throughout the infill. Grid is fine if you want like more support in the directions where the infill is, but it doesn't give you as much in between the X's, if that makes sense. Whereas because cubic is like little cubes, because it makes little cubes throughout the whole thing, you get more uniform strength out of it. It takes the same amount of plastic and it doesn't really take any longer to print, but you get more uniform strength. Dragon thing is gyroid. Yeah, gyroid's cool too. Gyroid doesn't make enclosed shapes, if that makes any sense. I believe gyroid, like every unit in a, like once the gyroid pattern is complete, every unit is connected to every other unit. So like, say you, not that this would ever happen, but say you had some water inside your print, you could get the water to flow from one section of gyroid to any other section of gyroid. Whereas like in grid or cubic, they all end up being separate cavities. It's all geometry. Hilbert curve. I'm not sure I get that reference. I might not be intelligent enough for that one. There are a lot to choose from. And like some of them are weird because they're like oddly specific. Like some of the ones further down on the list, like I think it's cruciform and lightning and stuff. Oh, it's a choice for infill. Okay. Some of those are meant specifically for printing flexible filaments because they'll squish in a certain way. Like they serve no purpose other than to squish a certain way, which is kind of mind-boggling that that's where we're at in 3D printer design, is we're designing infills to squish a certain way. Like to mess with TPU just to play with it, but it seems like a headache. It can be. Your X1 should do TPU with no problem. I don't think it'd be a big deal for you at all. I have a little bit somewhere if you want it. It's not sealed, so I'm sure it has to be dried, but I'm never going to use it. It was given to me. No, you cannot run it through the AMS. You'd have to put it on a spool holder. Yeah, yep, you do. Have to run it off the back with the carbon fiber stuff. For different reasons though. The carbon fiber stuff is abrasive, so you don't want the little abrasive carbon bits getting into your AMS. The TPU will jam. It just won't feed. The spool that I have is just like a tiny little half spool, and it's only half of a half spool. So it wouldn't fit in your AMS anyway. If I remember to dig it out, I'll grab it for you. Like I said, I'm never going to use it. Can't make printer parts out of TPU. You want to try and make a phone case? Well, that is a use for TPU. It's not, I don't have it down here with all the rest of my stuff. It's upstairs where I used to keep my printer stuff. But if I remember, I'll try and grab it. If not, you can remind me at some point. My brain isn't what it used to be, so I'll likely forget. Layer 67, we got 8 layers to go. Yeah, man, getting old's a bitch. Never in a million years would I have thought that I could feel my brain getting worse. Yet here I am, 41 years old, and am aware of my own cognitive decline. I'll be 40 in April. That's a big one. You got anything fun planned? You and Amanda going away or anything? Nothing planned yet, you'll see. Be a good excuse for a trip on the sailboat. Looking forward to the weather warming up. Yeah, I'm kind of excited for the weather to warm up a little bit also. For Priscilla's 40th birthday this past year, I bought us paddle boards, like really nice hand-laid fiberglass paddle boards. And we used them quite a bit last summer, just tooling around in the inlet. It was oddly relaxing and like a decent workout at the same time. We had a lot of fun, so I'm kind of looking forward to getting back out on the paddle boards. Wish the boat was closer. You could invite people out on it. Just not anywhere to keep it here. Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of awkward. Can't really take a blowboat in the inlet. Wouldn't make it too far. Although there's a bunch of sailboat mooring in Georgetown, isn't there? Not that I think there's any better place to sail out of Georgetown, but at least you could moor one there. Georgetown's a little scary to leave stuff, for sure. I think the marinas in Georgetown are pretty secure, though. mean, Georgetown in general, wouldn't feel comfortable leaving things in, but I think those marinas are pretty secure. I should say there's some awful nice motorboats moored in Georgetown that I don't think people would leave there if it wasn't secure. Looking at the marina over when you cross the bridge into Charleston would be cool. Yeah, there's a ton of cool stuff in Charleston. Are you talking about the one on the south side of Charleston? Marina is good, but I have a 2-year min waiting list. Oh yeah, that's awkward. Just wait for a storm to run through and let some of those boats clear out. Oh, the one down by the battleship. Yeah, I gotcha. Over by, like by Shem Creek there. Not in Shem Creek, but... Oh, layer 72. I think we're starting to make our top layer. Everybody who works there and thinks he can get us after the summer. Oh, cool. Yeah, Priscilla and I really like Shem Creek. Quite a few times we've done little 1 or 2 night getaways down there. The little area where the bridge goes over and like all the boats and restaurants are is really nice. Looking to do some overnight anchoring in Hilton Head this summer. For nice spots to get with cool views. Yeah, there are in Charleston too. Priscilla's college roommate came down for, I don't remember for what, a weekend trip or something. I don't remember why she was here, but the two of them took a like a private charter, I guess, out to like one of the islands just outside the harbor. I forget what the island's called, but there's like a lighthouse and stuff there, and it's supposed to be really good for shelling. And the two of them had a blast just walking up and down the beach. They said it was gorgeous. Oh yeah, we're filling in the layers now. Like Charleston a lot. You had our first boat in the marina in Folly Beach. Cool. I don't know, Chris. This looks like it might be fused together. Might need to tweak that extrusion multiplier. Figured we're old and slow. Might as well get an old and slow boat to match. Old beyond your years, huh? Gonna spin, you have faith. We'll see. You have to break it loose, then it spins like crazy. Well, we'll find out here shortly. Looks like we got 2 minutes left. All right, last layer. Then it's bedtime. Fading fast. I also got to look at this. Maybe tomorrow night I'll look at it. I hear something rattling. I think it's this chain, but I'm not 100% sure. It doesn't look like it's... I don't know. I don't think it's a tool head. Turned out sweet looking. Was a pro design choice. Yeah, I'm kind of stoked to get the enclosure on it. I think the enclosure is really going to tie it together. Because the back panels, the one that goes here, the one that goes back here, and the one that goes on the other side, and then the back panel up here are also black. It's just the front that's clear. Kind of like my orange one. And then it's going to be all the pieces I printed are white also. I think it'll look good. And I kind of like that big chonky tool head in there too. There we go. Well, maybe it'll spin. Let's see. Hey, good layer adhesion there. First layer was on it. Let's see. Oh, she's stuck. She's stuck. don't think it's gonna snap. It's not even like rocking. Hang on. I got a little thwacker. Let me give it a thwack. I don't think so, buddy. I think she's pretty well fused. I think my, oh, I cracked it. Yeah, they're fused to the center gear. Not all of them. One's loose. No, I don't think it got too hot. I think I never tuned my extrusion multiplier. So there's two ways to tune your extruder. There's the E-steps, like the actual stepper distance, and then there's your extrusion multiplier. And typically, printers I have built in the past, my extrusion multiplier was like 92%. So I tell it to extrude about 92% of what it thinks it should. This one I didn't tune and I didn't adjust at all. So. Yeah, they're good and stuck. There's a couple of them there that are loose, but like this one I can probably get out. But like this one's stuck to the outer race. It won't come off. This one's stuck to the inner race. Fun watching it print? Yeah. I mean, something had to be my first print, right? And this is just garbage filament anyway. Not like I wasted good filament on it. Yeah, they're good and stuck. I don't think there's any getting them apart. Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna hit a benchy with a hammer, right? Yep, they are on there. All right, in the fuck it bucket. At least I know I have super good bed adhesion. I sure do. Yep, I'm glad we spent the time to dial that in at least. All right, buddy. Well, I think I'm gonna call it a stream there. Get some sleep, and maybe tomorrow after work I'll hop on and tune that extrusion multiplier, and that way on Saturday I can get right into putting the enclosure on, and we'll call this thing done. For letting me tag along and watch. I appreciate you tagging along and watching. Always fun to hang out with somebody while you're printing. It's one of my favorite things to have on in the background when I'm building a printer is somebody building a printer. Actually, usually when I'm in the garage, I have some sort of printer stream up and running. But I will see you in the morning. Good night.